We're gonna check the audio real quick. Yep, sounds good. My camera squared away. I feel like framing's not as good. Yeah, it's all right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream of the Discourager of Hesitancy. Today, we're going to finish the work we started yesterday, and then we will take care of some technical debt that has been building up recently, and we'll see if we have any time after that. We'll go through the list, our to-do list, maybe do a little reprioritization, see where we are, and if all goes well, we won't hit any major refactors or anything. I do have one thing that I meant to bring up. I need to apologize. Yesterday I forgot at the end of the stream to raid someone else, so that's my bad. Should have gone on a raid. Anyway, so what we're doing here is we're building a game with no game engine and as few dependencies as I can get. You can see on the console output there my whole list of dependencies. It's right here. These are my dependencies: font rendering, math, audio, OpenGL, and then the window handling. I think my next game I can get rid of GL math without too much trouble. It might be more of a struggle, but I would like to get rid of the free type, the font rendering one. I'm happy with port audio, so I think that's where we're going on the second game. But for this game, this is all the dependencies, and I don't plan on bringing in any more. So before we start a session, get our beverage of choice ready, whatever you like. And yeah, feel free to ask questions, whether on topic about games, development, programming, anything at all. Pretty open these days. Okay. So yesterday, let's go to the development journal. We started writing and loading config files. Ooh. And that's good. We wrote out all of the Windows settings. We're using a binary file format. I guess I should note that. Settings will be saved, be in a binary format. And yeah, that's basically it. So here on the shell, we can see when we started up last time, application load config this thing. And then when we exited, we saved the config. There's the directory, there's this file we're saving to. Here is the settings we saved. Basically an X, a Y, a width, a height, and whether vsync was enabled or not. Now those aren't being loaded in yet, but that's going to be part of today. The other thing we need to do is write out the game settings. So that'll be another part of today. And I only know of one smallish refactor that we have to do. So with that said, let's get back into it. So in application, CPP. Here's where we save our config file. We get our file name, we get our file handle, we get our values, we note what we're going to save here. Then we write a bunch of these things out. One thing I want to do is actually make this a character so that we always only use 1 byte for Booleans, no matter what operating system you're using. The size of the bool should always be 1 byte, or size of a Boolean we're saving should always be 1 byte, not depend on the system definition of a bool. I have been on systems where the bool was defined as a 32-bit word, which seems like an awful lot of bits to represent a single bit worth of information, but you know, that's how it works sometimes. So we're going to do that as a small warm-up while we get going. And we're just going to say it's a 1 or a 0. Since the size of the Boolean, I don't want to rely on this. The other thing we want to do is, I'm not sure application includes it yet. C standard, I want C standard int. I don't need this type. C standard int. So we're going to split the standardized integer types, and these will be int 32 types. So we're always guaranteed to have 4 bytes per each of these values. The renderer, frame height and width, we could lock that in as well. In fact, we probably should. C standard int 32t. Okay. So we now have very fixed sizes. And we need to get the game context data to write as well. All right, so your application has game context already because we initialize it in here. So game context contains selected play mode, which is what we care about. So this mode is not important right now. It will be in the future. Play state is not something we have to save, whether we use the animations or not. So we're gonna do the same thing with the Boolean here and say animation, use animations, game context, use animations. We need all 4 of these colors. And we need the preset list of reject characters. And we need some volumes. Okay, equals game context. Oh, there we go. Normal color. In fact, we can speed this up by equals game context by making a macro, running it. This thing will be const char start reject equals game context. Again, int 32 is going to make a big difference here in what we save out. Master volume equals game context. Music volume equals context. Settings volume. So I think nope, not quite. So play mode, we're going to turn into probably a character. We don't have that many play modes, right? So we can static cast a byte worth of selected mode. So 0, I think, is merit. Well, let's go look at it. In context. So marathon. Oh, let's define these so that we're explicit rather than implicit. Equals 2. This is probably what it said anyways. Play state, we might as well. Might as well. Okay. So we can get a character's worth of mode out of that. Use animations is a 1 or a 0. In fact, we can make this an int 8 type if it's probably a little bit better to do it that way. Same here. Int 8. That way it doesn't look like it's a character, even though it's technically just a character. Okay, I think we have all the data we need. So let's Windows System Settings. Volume is a system-wide setting. It doesn't really affect gameplay much. Is that true? It's not associated specifically with this game. It's rather how we play back audio, which is more akin to a windowing system thing. So let's put that there. Master volume. Let's format things a little better here. Note. Windows System Settings. The window is at this rectangle. Desync will be on or off. Music volume and sound effects volume. Let me just line up our colons here. Extra volume. Music volume. X volume. Okay, so we're to left right. The master volume. Master volume. Oop. These volumes actually are limited to 0 to 10. So we can shrink this down considerably without truncating our actual data. So master becomes music, music, SFX, SFX. I am this close to writing a macro to do these writes because they're all very similar. What would that look like? Basically, the goal is to reduce the chance of error when we write into one of these lines. So it's going to take some value and it will replace it with this. And that's pretty much it. In theory, we should be able to take this all out. We're going to make a quick copy, because this has everything we want in order. And then we're going to write a macro to say write. There. Now, whenever I want to write a value, it is going to be a much simpler task. I don't have to think about anything. It just goes in. So I like that macro already. So in theory, we're writing out the volumes as 1 byte values. We could change that definition within the game context itself. I don't care that much. I think this will be fine. Unless the compiler complains at me. But then down here, gameplay specific things. Log out. Okay, so mode. Which will be an interesting one to work through. Animations. Then 4 colors, right? Normal color. Reject color. Accept color. And the select color. Then we need the rejects. Line up our things here. Okay, gameplay mode. What I'll often do, so I have one of these play mode things. I'll often make a mapping. We could do that. Let's do that. Static const char star play mode names. And play state names. In context, so we're trying to find those up here. Equals an array of strings. And they will be in the same order. So one of the reasons I force it to be from 0 and on is that looking up these names then is trivial. So F3. Forward, kill, comma. Okay, then we just make them strings. thing gets the same treatment. We could be even more efficient about it. F3, indent, forward, kill. There we go. And now, static const char star. Play mode name. Play state. So if I have to log things, I'll now be able to get those very easily. Play mode, play state. Return play mode names at static cast integer of our here instead of mode, state. Okay. Now in our application, our mode is easy. Game context, play mode name, game context, selected mode. That'll give me that answer. Animations will be use animations question mark 1 or 0. These are strings we're logging here. Yes. And yep. Or on off. I guess on off. On off for consistency with logging above. Normal color. Modulus D, modulus D, modulus D, modulus D, which will be normal color dot. I don't remember now what I did here. They are public and they are 3 letters. Red. Normal color green. Normal color blue. Normal color dot alpha. Now, instead of normal, we use reject. 2, 3, 4. Instead of normal, we use accept. Nope. This line. 2, 3, 4. Here, instead of normal, we use select. There, those should be logged just fine. We're going to change this a little bit to modulus 0 to x. Modulus 0 to x. 2, 3, 4. So I'll get those color values as hexadecimal. I think in modern world, sometimes that's the way to get a color name out. Rejects will be just rejects. Then we should write all these values real quick. Gameplay settings. And now we write all these values. So write mode, write use animations, write. Okay, these colors are technically stored as only memory is these 4 bytes. So if I just write them directly with nothing unusual, it should just work. Normal color, reject color, accept color, select color. That should just about do it. So we build, and we're going to run a test. It's been complaining about that. I explained why yesterday. That's baloney. Okay, when we run it, nothing interesting happens, but when we quit, we get our window system. There's our position, width, height. VSync is off, and our volumes are all 10. We're in marathon mode by default. Animations are turned on by default. There are some colors. The normal color, that's the alpha channel, so red, green, blue is gray. This is our red with some blue and green stashed in. Then this one is mostly green with a little red and blue in to make it nice. This is a mostly blue color. So those look right. That is my list of checked characters. So we look up. Should have this information. So first 4 bytes, AD03. So this is all reverse byte order. So it's actually 03 AD. I'm just gonna check on a calculator. I know you can't see it, but this is me checking my work. I entered hex 3 AD. The decimal is 941, which matches this. This one is 3402. We could probably put out window positions and sizes as 16-bit integers. 16 bits gets us from 0 to 65,535. And I don't know of any screens that are 65,000 pixels wide or high. So we could compress this. Anyways, 340234 in hex 34. is 564 in decimal. We've already discussed this. We've memorized that this is 1024 because it's 40000. No, that's not right. Oh yeah. Yeah, so it's 400, which is 1024. And we've already talked about this one, which is 300 in hex, which is decimal 768. So these values all check. This one byte here is vsync. Not this byte. This byte is vsync. Then we have A, which is 10, 10, 10. Those are our 3 volume bytes, which means that's our whole Windows system now. Marathon mode is 0, so that's fine. Animations are on by default, so that's fine. CO, CO, COFF looks good. CO 3040FF look good. 2094 30FF looks good. 2060 C0FF looks good. All right, and we did not write the rejects, so actually I think pretty close to having the writing all done. This write we can't use. We need to make one more. Maybe let's do this. We're going to change write for write value. As our settings get more complicated, we may need to write individual values like integer values or whatnot. We can also write strings, where we write a string that somebody passes in. We don't have to get the address because it's a const char star anyways. And instead of size of, we take strlen of value +1. Because we need to write out this 0 byte. Actually, okay, this is not exactly quite true, is it? We would like to write the string length when we write a string. Tell us how many bytes to read. We want the read to be as easy as possible. Or we write out the 0 byte. Which way do we want to go? So many options. Null terminated string or size specified string. I'm going to think about that for a second. No one in chat to ask their opinion. You know what? We're just going to write the 0 byte. That's it. Value strlen value +1. Actually, probably more correct is this. Okay, but then we write our string, which will contain our rejects. file. Regex was not declared. Right here. So this needs to come down here. That's what I meant. My window size was too narrow to see what was going on there. Then we quit. Actually, we just leave it there, then I know the XY position by memory. Word sleuth config, reload it, pixel mode. Okay, position is 10, 10, 1024 by 768, followed by a 0 byte for vsync, followed by 3 volumes, 10, 10, 10. And then marathon mode is 0. Animations are on, so that's 1. Colors look fine all the way down to here. We've looked at those. And then we have, you can see here the byte is 42 hex, but that's letter B, F, G, J, K, Q, V, W, X, Y, Z, and then a 0 byte at the end of the string. Done. We're now saving our file. Let's go shrink X, Y, width, and height. Need those to be taking up so much space. This is probably a what you could call a useless optimization, but it's also a zero cost optimization. Like, it doesn't cost me any developer time to speak of. It doesn't cost me any technical time. Like, it is not a very complicated technical thing. Except we can't do that, can't we? Let's get geometry, doesn't work that way. Okay. Therefore, we will just make it happen. int16t min x equals underscore min x. We'll just downcast it the hard way. Y. Also, it's completely useless optimization to make at this point because modern CPU and modern disk rates, you will never see the performance difference. Your RAM does not care about 4 extra bytes. Like, this is not going to be what's breaking your system. Okay. And the render size, where we took. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take this part here. Frame width, we'll downcast there. Width. There we go. That should save us 4 bytes in our config file. We want to do, so all of these are very fixed sizes. So let's launch it and quit. Reload this file. Exfil mode. There's X, Y is 10. Width. Oh. Here we go. Width. Height. I updated the log statement, but not the actual write file. We run, quit. Everything still looks okay there. Here, mode 10, 10, 1024, 768, 0, AAA, 0, 1, colors, and then BFG 0. Okay. So there's one last thing we want to do, and that is we want to put, before we start writing anything, we want to write like a magic number so we know what we're getting is right, and we probably want a version number. So I'm thinking WS C CFG. That's too long. I would like it to be a 4-byte value. So word sleuth config. Maybe that. Word sleuth config file. W is 7. Put some ASCII values here. W S is 53. C is 43. These are in hex. And F is 46. Int 32. Magic. We'll probably make this. Oh, we might as well do application. Static const. Unit 32. The magic number. Word sleuth config. Sleuth config file. This one. Word sleuth config file. Big magic number. There are other things we will write out. I don't know if we're going to store those magic numbers necessarily here. Okay. So even before window and system settings, we're going to write a value. It will be game context CFG magic number. There. Then we'll want a version number as well. Although I'm not sure how I feel about adding version numbers just yet. big magic number is not part of it. I told it is.
Daddy.
Just a second.
Daddy.
Oh, the injustice that plagues gosh, what is he? Oh. Application config. Yeah. Does that make sense actually? It's application configurator. All the usual warnings and errors. Okay. Load it up. Quit. Reload. Pixel mode. It did reverse the bytes. WSCF. So I just need to reverse those real quick. Because of endianness. That way, if you open this file, even in a text editor, you will have some indicator of what you're getting, even if it's not necessarily that helpful. But people, when they start looking at files, they do look for magic numbers at the starts of things. WSConfig file. And then the first thing after that happens to be the offset of our, or the X coordinate of our window. Okay. Okay, one other thing then, we need versions, I said, right? So static const uint 8t major version, minor version. I saw something like you call it something. Once that was good, but major, minor, and what version? Major, minor, patch. Okay, I guess go with patch. Patch version. This would, of course, work better if I spelled things right. We are nowhere near release. It's going to be 0, 0, 1. I don't like writing 3 bytes out, but it's not that bad. Actually, because all of these sizes are completely fixed, we know exactly how many bytes this is going to be output. If we wanted to go have a faster write time, we'd actually would fill a buffer in our program and write it all in one shot. but we'll get around to that. So major minor patch. Oh, here we go. Here's a good one. Release build. So if somebody sends me a config file and says, hey, everything's busted, and I see that this is not a release build, if defined no debug, no debug means this is a release build. Otherwise, this will be a 0. So I will always know if the config file was generated by a release build or a debug or a developer build. Nah, that fills up those bytes nicely. Right, value, application, major version, minor, patch, and release build. We're in debug mode, so we would expect the 8th byte to be 0. That's my theory. Run it. Quit. Reload this file. Okay. So WSCF followed by major version 0, minor version 0, patch version 1, build version 0. Window X and Y are 10 because that's where I have the default. 1024, 768. 0 byte is no vsync. Then we get 3 volumes, which are all 10. Then we are in marathon play mode. Animations are on. Bunch of color stuff down to here. Then you have G, J, K, Q, V, W, X, Y, Z, and a 0 character. Woo! So what we have here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 bytes. Times 3 is 48. This is exactly 50 bytes. Exactly 50 bytes. Do I pre-write all of this to a buffer and then do one file call? That will be faster. So on a modern computer, your CPU is screaming fast. Accessing L1 cache is quite fast. Accessing L2 cache is a little slower. Accessing L3 cache is a little slower than that. Accessing RAM is slower than those. And then slower than all of that is disk write. So if I allocate a 50 byte buffer, fill it up and write once, that is much faster. Well, much faster. And again, this is all premature optimization. Nobody will notice at all. But if I write once, then every project I do after this can just copy paste the same method and I don't have to think about it. So if it does become something of interest, it's already done. That's much faster than write a value to the file over and over again. Disk access over and over again instead of just one blob of 50 bytes. So I think we're just going to go with that. So, but we should do something first. We're going to add all this stuff. Actually, what am I doing? Also, what am I doing? We are approaching the end of work week on this project, so we will have to get our end of week stats before we're done. Don't let me forget. But today, we did not line out our tasks, which is shameful. You should have a plan. I'm trying to have better habits than I've had before. Config file being saved with all data. 50 bytes of data. Good. Shell git. We should always save our work so we can always go back if we break something. Git status, git add, git commit. Config file being written out. Now we have a typo. That's good. So we amend the message to not have the typo. And it's like we never had the typo. Oh, well. There we go. Okay. So back into application. Because we're already doing this on the read side. So go to application again, where we get the config file in, or not get the config file in, where we're loading the config. And again, we haven't done any of that work here yet. Everything around here is open the file, find out how big the file is, create a buffer, which should be 50 bytes, right? In fact, here we should be able to assert that our size equals 50 bytes. And the count of bytes read should also equal 50 bytes. So we should be able to do that. Then we close the file because we don't need it. We have the buffer. We have everything we need, and we're just going to walk through that buffer without accessing the file over and over again. Streaming off of a file, if it's small, waste of time. Unless it's gigabyte of data or some large number, not really worth it. Modern computers are fast. Okay, so this is all good. I'm reasonably content with this. Switching over to the right macro is much more readable. These log statements can go away for now. They may come back when we get there. Okay, so we have all these values. We're writing them. Wondering if there's a let's see. Actually, I'm going to pause for a second so I can use the restroom. So they're okay. La la la. Here's one other. Let's see. I was thinking through. Okay. Dum, dum, dum. All right. So we're gonna do some type punning, I think. So instead of write value and write string doing what they're doing now, we're gonna make them do something else. We're gonna make a char buffer 50 bytes in length, because we know exactly how many bytes our system needs. And in this case, when we pound define write value for a value is going to do the following. We could either do this in offset or in an iterator type of thing. It's fine. Can we type pun successfully in a inside of a macro? Pointer to a decal type. That's a good question. C++ pointer to decal type. Actually, no, we can do this. Decal type will accept expressions, so I think we're good. Where's decal type declared? Is it just in the language itself? It's part of the language itself. Perfect. So we get a value. We're going to go to buffer plus an offset. And we'll take the contents of that. I'm going to wrap everything in so many parentheses it's going to start hurting. We're going to assign that to the contents of a static cast okay, no. Equal to our value. So this is an address. We have an address. Let's get rid of these. We have an address. And we're going to static cast it to the type of our value, of the address of our value, and then Take the contents of that. So we're getting an address. We're telling it, treat it as though it were of a type of the address of a value. Tell me what type that pointer is. Cast to that type of pointer. Then take the contents of that and set it equal to our value. I don't think I have to do this in any of my use cases, but it should work here. Wrap that whole thing in parentheses. Then we're going to say offset plus equals size of the value. I think that will do what I want. And the last thing is write string, which is much simpler, because we know that the value we get is going to be a string. So we don't have to do any of this nonsense. We can do stir copy buff plus offset is the destination. We're going to copy our value, which is actually a string. So that's going to copy it. Would be nice. Stir copy. Including the terminating null character. Good. So that's it. Stir copy offset plus equals stir len of string plus 1. Okay, in theory, our write now writes to this buffer instead of to the file. Our offset should be 50 at the end of this. Not at the end of this, but at the end of the whole shooting match. Now, fwrite is trivial. It's write out our buffer. 1 byte worth of stuff, 50 bytes long. And I definitely got this out of order for some reason. The buffer you're writing out is the last thing. Unlike printf, which puts the destination start, like sprintf, fprintf, this one puts the destination of target at the end. Value. Size, the count, and f out. So in theory, with one file write, we've done the same thing. In fact, we don't even have to open the file until that buffer is all done, but it doesn't matter. All right, let's try it. See how much we broke things. We're in a journey of discovery. And it's all busted. Invalid static cast from type char star to type. Okay, well then we're not going to use static cast. We'll go with the old style C cast. Just a second. Ugh, I have a 3-year-old that's having a problem with hitting his older siblings. Can I just do an old-fashioned cast from decal type?
Who's hitting again?
Assignment of read-only location. Why is it a read-only location? My buffer is not a constant. It's decal type. The address of a value. Read-only location. So I can't cast to decal type. Sheesh. That's unfortunate. I thought we were going to get away with that. Ugh. Okay. I like the idea of writing all to a buffer and sending one right, but we can just ignore that for now. Writing it in, I don't know, 10 or 12 right commands isn't the worst. I feel like this is close though. Close. Maybe a const cast is needed. I don't feel like going down this road. I'm prematurely optimizing something that doesn't matter anyways. More for fun than anything. So we can abandon that safely. But as my first college professor told me in computer science, he said, don't be afraid to throw code away, just don't throw it very far. So we're going to keep those, 6 lines around? Just in case I feel like tackling it again. Okay, so we know we are writing out a file. We need to load it in. And we have these things from system values. We have these things from gameplay values. So we need to start parsing this out. A lot of this is going to be very simple. The hardest one to do for us will be these 4 window settings. Everything else should be trivial. Everything else is trivial. We need these as well. Okay, so in our buffer, which we have read, we can, I did assert the size is 50. Instead of writing values, we're going to say, let's see here, let's just do that. Int offset equals 0. We're going to take our buffer plus our offset. We're going to, let's see, cast it to our magic number, the uint32 t pointer, take the contents of that. Magic equals that. So we're getting an address inside of our buffer. We are casting it to a 4-byte value of unsigned integer type. We're telling it this is not a pointer to characters, this is a pointer to 32-bit integers. Now we're taking the contents of that 32-bit integer and returning that to make our magic. Assert magic equals actually this mess right here. Perfect. Offset plus equals 4, which is the size of this value. Okay. Uint8 type major equals basically this whole thing. Except for reading 1 byte. Major, minor, patch, and release. Insert major equals basically this thing. Minor, patch. If not release, log a warning. From a non-release build. Well, developer build. Okay. Magic number modulus 0, 8x. That had better be magic. Do that before the insertion, though. I think that we can assert all of these things after the logs. I don't want the log statements kept close to each other for my convenience. Major, minor patch, release. Version. So this is not quite right. we actually don't want to insert on this in the end, because we're going to use our magic number to determine the endianness of the machine we're on. But it's good enough for now. To do use magic number to determine endianness in this match. So that will actually not be the same. Just like the version, eventually we'll have like backwards compatibility. If you get the 1.1.2 build, it'll load the config from the 1.1.1 build, like kind of thing. You know, we'll work all that out. But for now, we're just gonna assert things. Modulus D, modulus D, modulus D. We don't have to warn anybody right now. Major, minor, patch, release, question mark. Release. Let's just make this even easier on ourselves. We either get a release or we get a debug build or developer build. Let's make it a whole string or not. Developer. Okay. Spell. There we go. Okay, so we're going to read in our magic number, our major minor version patch number, and whether we're build a debug or build version that wrote this thing. We will copy out. Let's do all this. Just see what happens when we load it in the file. So this might look like we're spending a lot of time on it, and we are making a config file much smaller than it needs to be. A config file usually, you know, what do we got? 10, 12 values, maybe we'll blow up as far as 50 values. A text-based one is going to parse in a trivial amount of time as compared to this one at the same, it doesn't matter. However, we are leading up to eventually writing out a replay file. And the replay file can go for many minutes worth of time-based data of all the user's inputs and events, right? So we want to be in a binary mindset where we can really pack data small in that case. So we're kind of doing this as like a warm-up of what we're going to end up doing eventually in the replay files. So let's see what prints out. Load config directory exists. We got our magic number, and we have our version 001, and it is a developer build. So that's working. 46, 43, 53. Let's just compare that real quick to 46, 43, 53, 57. Yeah. Okay, so far our parsing is working just fine. And when we quit, it's going to save it all out. Okay. So one question, we have this pattern. But I don't know if it's something I can reasonably macro into being. I mean, I can macro this into being. Let's just hack together a quick macro and see what it would feel like. Okay, so let me explain why I do macros the way I do in these cases. Okay, up here, every time I wanted to write a value into this file, oops, I was writing an fwrite statement, getting the address of the value, finding the size of the value, telling it we had one of those, and telling it what file to write out to, right? So I have to type this every time. And if I copy paste a bunch of fwrites and I don't change one of these values in the right place, it's going to blow up. It's going to hate me and I'll never be able to find out why. Well, I mean, I'll be able to figure out why eventually, but finding like a typo mismatch between these two values is terrible. So if I write a macro, which takes the idea, I want to write a value. It doesn't matter if I'm writing to a buffer or to a file. If I write the macro carefully the first time, I can use this in local cases where I'm redoing a lot of code over and over again. So like write file, write values is something I'm going to do a lot of. So that's a good case. This is very locally scoped. It will disappear at the end of this function declaration, so it's not going to bleed out into anyone else's code. It's very local, and it's very repetitive code that has to be repetitive. So I'm looking at this, and I think I can macro this in the same way. So I don't get, is this actually 4 bytes? What if I'm using a different type? So we're going to do how to define read value. And it is going to, I need a value, a type, and a value. And what this is going to do is it's going to output the code type value equals type pointer buffer plus offset plus equals size of type. Okay, so we're going to try this. We're going to try read value of uint32p called magic. Let's see if that even compiles. Macros are fun, but they're also tricky. It's complaining. And if we run it, we still got the magic number. So it appears to work. And now I can replace all of these with the same idea, except that these are U8. We're gonna call this one major, minor, patch, and release. We make our assertions and move on. See now, when we read in these other values, that's going to be a nice little shortcut. So assuming this works as final testing of the local macro to read these values out of a buffer. Let's see what happens. Version 001, developer build, magic number. So it all came in. So I think we can get rid of these and this. And the offset is automatically incremented by the size of the type. So yeah, this works pretty good. Now, all of this just became much simpler. We're going to read these values in. And this is int16. We decided above. This will read in an int8. Give us our vsync. And our volumes will get the same treatment. value is also 8-bit. So is our use animations. Colors, 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 colors. I think that should just work. This is what metaprogramming was before C++. Was, well, part of metaprogramming before macros. Well, not macros, before templates. There we go. This and void pointers and function pointers. It was interesting. I was working on a project and I finally realized that what I was doing was exactly implementing my own read tables and inheritance with polymorphism into C. So it's doable. It's not actually that hard. Just something nobody wants to do. And they think that it's impossible if you don't use modern systems. Maybe it's a little safer, but oh, why have to get so far into this one before it registers the right? Okay, now. Oops. Okay, read string is going to come in some other time. We'll write a macro for that later. But yeah, this is fairly readable. We'll read a 1-byte value, 1-byte value, 1-byte value, reading a 32-bit value. Yeah, this is actually quite readable. Not bad. We should log these things. I think I can just steal these 2 blocks here. So here we bring down the gameplay ones and the Windows system ones. So win XY width height should be logged, vsync should be logged. Yeah, all the names are consistent between the two, so it shouldn't be bad. We're not going to do anything with rejects yet. Surprised that compiled without an issue. Now when we load in, we should get all of the settings as they were. So 505, 637, well, okay. All these values look like they're expected. So yeah, I mean, as far as reading in, it looks about right. So if we quit, we know that the window position is 1010 because that's the hard-coded default. So we should get 1010 this time. If we move it somewhere else, we'll get a different value next time we load it. So all the values are being read out of the buffer correctly. Now we just have to apply them. Oh, we also have to do the read string. Read string should not be hard. Ooh. Let me check in context. I have my preset rejects buffer. And I get it. I need the length. Okay. So I actually don't have to do any weird macros to read in this string value. I set the length. I think I stir copy. So I just do a stir copy. So the 0 terminal. Set preset rejects. Okay. So here, game context, set preset reject equal to our buffer plus our offset and sterlen of our buffer plus the offset. So we're pointing to the where we are at the start of the string. We're saying figure out how long it is and read that many bytes from this offset, from this address. So that should be just delete. Rejects are going to be game context preset rejects and that should be it. Oops. You have to remember to semicolon though. And there it is. So now that everything is working, let's actually change some settings. Let's go to a bigger window size, which you might be able to see. Let's turn async, vsync on, animations off. Let's make our colors terrible. We're never gonna want these colors. 0, 0, but they are distinctive. So 255, 255, so that's a white black. 32, 32, 32. So that's a, well, that's a very dark rate. 48. Oops. We need to make some updates to the text edit eventually, but that's not for today. Maybe later, but 132, 132. We didn't even have text edits for this. We're gonna make this let's see here. No duplicate letters. Let's just take all the vowels. A, E, I, O, U. Volumes. Let's make it 7, 5, and 3. The first 3 non-trivial volumes. So everything should be different from what we had before. Quit. When we run it, it's just blowing up. Expression size equals 50. Well, shoot. Okay, I know exactly why. Is it? $195. Because the buffer is not guaranteed to be 50 bytes. It is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 22 plus 4 is 26, 30, 34, 38 bytes long. Plus a string at the end. So anytime I have to check against 50, that is just outright wrong. But the size should be greater than, what did I say, 38? Because a null terminated string would be a 0. So all of our fixed data up front is 38 bytes worth. Okay, and now it read in 940, 250, 1280 by 960, which we set. VSync we turned on. Master volume 753, so our first 3 primes, non-trivial primes. We did not change the game mode. My bad. Animations are off. Normal color, black, white, dark gray, light gray, AEIOU. Okay, so we are loading everything correctly, except let's go ahead and change the game mode and rerun. Instead of marathon, it did not change it. Why did it not change it? I bet I know why. Because I'm logging this. No, not. Play mode. Cast. Of mode. Which is actually what I should be logging up here as well. Go to sprint and quit. Should print out the right thing now. Okay, sprint mode. Good. So now the only piece left. Oh, there's 2 pieces left. Well, we have to apply. Okay, so we know these log statements are good. These ones are good. Okay, so we're going to start with vsync. Okay, vsync. Then we're going to enqueue a vsync change event. Game context. Most of this happens in game context. Let's bring up the header file. Selected mode equals game context play mode of the mode we read in, which is an integer of some sort. Game context set master volume with our master vol, master music, and S effects. Mode animations. Use animations equals use animations not equal to 0. Then we need these colors. Game context, normal color equals normal. Accept. Select. Okay, colors, etc. We read in the preset rejects here directly. Is that it? Mode, animations, vsync, volumes. So the only thing we're not doing is these four for window size. we'll get to that. So let's see if the rest of this actually works. Everything's going in the chat very quiet today. Because VSync starts by default off. So you have to turn it on. We don't have to do anything with the EQ. Use variable win y. Okay, that's fine. Win width, win height, win x. Those don't matter. We will use them. We're just not using them. Okay, so I'm not worried about those error messages. Okay, so we're going to go to golf mode. We're going to go to settings, animations off, VSync on, change our window size, 7, 5, 3. Oh, it did actually apply the preset reject list, so that's nice. PDQ, XYZ. Let's change some colors. Actually, let's... Sure. 0, 2, 0, 2, 2, 0, 255. Those are sufficiently hideous. Okay, so if we quit, all those settings should be saved. When we fire up, we're in golf mode. My window is not resized, but we're ignoring that. So these colors are indeed hideous. Animations are on animations. Oh, uh-oh. That should say VSync. Click, 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 click. Okay, well, I clearly have a small bug here. The screen size I'm fine with PDQ XYZ 753. So I go to 10, 10, 10. I do not remember what the colors were. Animations on, VSync off. So clearly when we load the level, when we load the scene, it's not getting those flags correctly set. Go back to marathon mode, quit. Settings, animations on, VSync off. Colors are still bad, reject list all 10s, okay. Okay. Now, if I remove that file, or move it, let's get those swapped. Animations off, VSync on. Quit. Move this thing to hold config. Now when I run, I should get all the defaults and no errors. Those do indeed look like defaults. And no errors. Okay. Good. So that's problem 1 fixed. Swap these two, and then we're going to go look at SettingsScene, because clearly we're doing something wrong when we initialize based on Button animations and button VSync. Okay, well, that would be part of it. Button animations, set text. So button VSync, set text on. Okay, I think that's it. That should fix that. Ugh. In settings, animations are off and VSync is on. Okay, so everything's saving correctly. I'm going to keep this preset reject list. So screen size. This is the tricky one. And maybe it's not as tricky as I fear. We could just try the stupid thing first. Let's try the stupid thing first. The stupid thing would be this. It's called s_main window. And in window, what we really care about is set geometry. Which we'll use win x, win y, win width, height. And I don't like that. This is one of the things I actually do want to change. But we'll get into that. So we will set render size next. So what set geometry does is it also adds in the size, or factors in the size of the borders and things on your windows. So if we do this, and we change the size and move the window, does it start up in the same position and size as we quit? I don't like that pop in location. And maybe you can't see it. Maybe I need to change my OBS. Let's share the whole screen. And what you should see is, let me get enough things on the same screen so I can see what I'm doing with OBS. Okay. So there it is. I've got a position. Usually by default it starts at 1010 up here, and it's 1024 by 768. So if we make it huge and we put it, over here somewhere, when we quit, that position will be saved, rerun, and that position, that pop over here, is, and the size was preserved, but it's that darn pop. See, it creates the window here, and it gets far enough in that it actually draws something before that application dot set geometry, set frame size. Okay, so how do I want to fix that? Also, was VSync colored? That's something I should check. Let's see. So if I get my frames per second, we are locked at 50, 60 right off the bat, so. Swap those back, shrink my window, move it somewhere else, maybe here. Quit. And now, yeah, VSync is not there. Okay. So I don't like the pop. So what is happening is in main. This is not the right main. Oh, this is that thing. Okay. All we are doing is creating a window and then initializing our application. So there's a time between this and when application init forces everything to overwrite the previous values for window. That's that pop we're seeing on the screen. What I'm afraid of is to get that pop to not happen is that I have to have application create its own window. And honestly, how bad would that be? How much do I care? So the window title should probably be hard-coded inside of application anyways. These come from a configuration file before we create it, so that's fine. This can be set actually any old time. And same with the icon. Oh, that icon needs to change. We have new icons. We've got the actual DOH head icons. I can embed that sometime. Easily sidetracked. Okay. So I'm gonna go switch back to Emacs mode here. And we're just gonna refactor the bejeebus out of how application and window interact. Main window is going to start off as a null pointer. That's fine. And then in init, just not going to take a main window. We can take default window parameters. So my window needs X, Y, width, height, a title, and a size mode. So let's give ourselves a title. Oh wait, I already have app name. Oh. Okay, so we have app name. Maybe we call it app title. Now the application is going to have int default x, int default y, int default width, int default height, window, default size mode. equals window size mode. I don't remember what it is. Window size. Most of the time, that's fine. So application.cpp is I need all of these arguments in the init. Instead of passing in the window, we get that. What this means now is main window equals a new window with these parameters. And the title title then size mode. Okay. Alright, so we do those things, load the config. See. Part of me wants to read the config, and if we get something, we should have these values before we pop this up. But this is step one. Step one. Hey, Brian, Fit Rider. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing, fellas? So this is step one of that refactor. Got our main application now is going to create its own thing. Pretty sure application. Just a second. My kids are fighting. Okay, and we're back. Doing well, good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. So application provides some default values that I need to get at the window object too. Window star window. We have some chicken and egg problems. So we're slowly untangling our chicken and egg problems. Yes, I want to save main. Okay. So this init gets these values for default we get our mode size mode. We can tell it we do not want a resizable window. We can put the icon as part of the application, or the icon name rather. So we have the app name, the app title, and okay, app icon. Which for now is gbz.png. So our main function, it's even simpler. Let's just see what that does. We have some dependency issues where the window is created one size, but we immediately on reading the config want to change that size. So I think what we need to make some changes. Oh, that needs to be a pointer. And cleanup. Application cleanup. We do all of this stuff, and then we have to delete the window, which we can do at the bottom. Okay. Okay, I agree. We should use pointer, dereference, and we use pointers. Okay. Oh, let's see. So I should go to screen mode so you can see what I'm talking about. Let's close that. Let's restart it. And you see that the window is briefly here at those default values, and then we set geometry and change its position and its size. These settings are all being saved now, so that's good. We're just trying to get the window to not pop on startup. I hate it when a window pops up and then moves. I don't like that. So we're gonna circumvent that completely. And we're almost there. Port audio can go. We've done all our testing there. Console, application, initialize, give me a resizable not, and execute. Okay, so this is looking much cleaner. Application. What you'll see is these values need to be read but not applied until the window has been created, except for these ones which are applied on window creation. I think that's the way I want to approach this. So one of the nice things about this little macro is that we're going to be able to get some real good value out of it shortly. So let's grab these. Application.header file. We need some place to store values. Get rid of that and this. Values for reading, storing config values, or initializing window. Create a macro. Static. Not const. That was not as helpful as I would have hoped. For volume, mode, use animation, color. And we have to know, did we actually read a config file? s_read did read config. Okay, so now we're going to be separating the read config file from the apply config file. This changes nothing about writing the config file, so it's just in the load. These values don't matter, they're temporary validations. In fact, these are well validated. So this is really where things start. Size up value. That should be fine as well. The difference is read value into an existing into. This will be somewhat similar, but a little different in that we don't have to have that type specified because it's being defined elsewhere. Oh, we do need that type. We need that type? I think we do. That's fine. It's not the worst in the world. I don't like it, but at this point, all of these should have an s_ version. Application s_. Not that one. Go. I'm going to read these values into these. Owen and Killian. They're fighting again. Hold on. Okay. Hopefully that disaster is averted. How many children do you have? How old? I have 9 children. The oldest is 17, and the youngest one is about 10 months. Right now, I'm mostly having trouble with the 4-year-old. He tries to play like the older boys, but they are a little bit bigger than him. And one of the older brothers is quite rough. Oh, thanks. I think it's great. It's a lot of fun. Kids can be a pain in the neck, but I like the big family feel. I think it's better if the kids have someone to play with. There's always a friend around. So I just, there's always things happening. String copy into application _, preset rejects from our buffer offset. What am I doing? This is the same thing as game context. It's going to be literally 27. If we get all the way down here, this is the apply part, except this line. And these two will go away eventually. Application S _ preset rejects. S _ preset rejects. Okay. So this will be the apply function. Single child, grew up alone. Yeah, I understand there are certain benefits to that lifestyle as well. But I don't know. I had a bunch of siblings growing up, and that was always nice. Somebody was doing something, there was always someone to play with. Someone older than you, someone younger than you. Let's see. The last thing is application S _ did reconfig equals true. Okay. In apply application.hpp apply config. It's basically where this stuff all goes, with some notable exceptions. But we're not going to apply those yet. So, low-wise, I've changed nothing except refactoring stuff. So if we run this, it should not be any different.
You can still up there, Nick.
Oh, sorry.
Eat your cheese.
Here's cheese. Okay. Okay. Guess my son needs to get picked up, so Mark needs my keys. S _ use animations is what it's called. shorten those down. Okay. Color. Or load config will eventually happen first. We're not going to do that yet. And then we will immediately apply the config, which should not change the flow at all. Oh, it's a little bit of magic once this refactor's done. It shouldn't be shouldn't be hard to make it work the way we want. No. Oh. That's underscore vsync. And this one. This is one of those things where you discover a dependency order issue only by building the thing. If I'd sat down and thought about, do I create the window here? Do I pass it into application, et cetera, et cetera? Like, there's no way I would have known about this particular ordering dependency until I've actually just built it. So, we are going to grab all of this. Not that right. F3. I'm going to search forward for white space, forward, backwards. Application. We are declaring that these things all exist. The only one that we really care about is this one. It is false if application did read config, then we can apply it. And there goes the phone. What a day. Okay. Crazy day around here. Okay. Back to it. So in theory, I should type in the assignment operator when I want to assign a value. Makes life easier. Okay. Okay, so it applied, but there's still the pop. We're still sharing full screen, yeah. Okay, so you saw the pop, but now everything is in place for us to fix that. So if we go to the apply, and we take these lines out, and we come up here, we can load the configuration here. Then, if we did read the configuration, we do a thing. Else we do this thing. Now, if we read the config, we want a different set of values. S_win_x. It's going to get just messy enough that I'm not going to want to deal with that. Application. S_win_y. S_win_width. Application. S_win_height. Otherwise, we use all the defaults. No. Then we can initialize everything else, the input, the renderer, the font, the sound, the game context, and then we can apply everything else. So this load config is now separated from when it is applied, and this applies the window size information on initialization instead of later as a function. So we should no longer see that pop when the window is created. There goes the phone again. I guess it wasn't for me. The window just appeared where it was supposed to. That's beautiful. It's so beautiful. So if we change our window size to tiny again, make some changes to things 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 3. Animations off, vsync on. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Then we quit. Then we run it again. It is smaller. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Those are numbers. It is that vsync is on, and I can confirm it's on with the FPS, and the animations are off. Cool. Final check. Hold. So we're moving the config file so that when we start up, it doesn't find it. And all of the defaults are here, present, and working. So Windows, yeah, beautiful. I think we're done with this. So Windows settings done and dusted. So let's go into application. I'm going to, she's not here, son. She's not here, son. Okay. I think that's it. So we're going to keep around the log statements. We do not need to call it. Just a second. I think one of my children is not figuring out how to dial outside the house and is instead dialing the intercom. Anyway, minor code cleanup. Apply config, we do not apply geometry or sizes here. So overall, I think we're done. Application now loads all config correctly. Add to, oh, we should update this journal with more details. Config file now loads and is applied. Add to refactor. Application now creates the window. Itself. So we can have the following flow. One, the thing that really happens here is read config init window apply default XY width height or red values, config file values. Then apply rest of config. So config file restore settings. Done. Reconfig file done. Ooh, okay, now we go commit messages. Git status. Git add. Git commit. Reading and writing config file. Window now created by application instead of being passed in. Oh, okay. Good work, guys. Now, what's next? Next, we were looking at some technical debt. Let's go to the journal. I'm inconsistent with font color, font size, text color, text size. So we're going to break all that. That's going to be simple. That's an easy task. So let's just do that. Let's knock that out real quick. Easy peasy. In text, we have a bounding rectangle. We're just going to return a rectangle. So we are consistent with other things. Okay. And the same thing would be true of multicolored text. Construct and rectangle. Multicolored text CPP. Which means there are going to be many places in this program which are going to complain right now. Turning reference to temporary, yeah. We okay, fine. We can just make it a rectangle. Doesn't have to be a const. XXP. So I should take care of that error. Okay. There are lots of errors. shockingly not used in this class very often. Main menu. Angle. I want to say game scene is probably the biggest offender here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19. La 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 la. Done. Compile. Okay, so that worked. Journal. Renamed founding rec to rec. Okay, there's one. Easy. Oops. So I don't like font color or font size. I want text color and text size. So in text, set text, set font size. Yeah, I guess we'll call it text size. That's fine. We'll think that the text has the same issue. I think button, set text size, set text color. Button, what's the other thing? Text edit, text size, text color. Well, let's just see how many things break. What is, let's see, build. Lots of things should be broken. Oh, darn. We're embedding all of our assets. Man, I can't believe it's already 3 o'clock. What happened? Where did the time go? Okay, so FPS label. Set font size, set text size. Set font size, set font size. There we go. But IntSpinBox. Text edit. And now compile. Okay. Main menu scene. So basically anything that has a. Oops. Oh, that was easy. Game scene. Okay. Settings scene. What else? Let's just see how much that cleans up. Should we get close? Okay, so that worked. Well, journal. Refactor. Renamed set font size to set text size everywhere. Set font size to set text size everywhere. Okay, now it's going to be font color. Let's just do a search for it. Grep-r set font color. Exclude their depths. This is taking a while. What? Are you kidding me? Wow, set font color never was a problem. Okay, so there's that one. There goes the phone again. Just a second. Okay. We're gonna just add everything we're gonna commit. Dash amend, dash no edit. Okay, so that's one refactor done. Not bad, not bad. Let's go to our new list of things to fix. Button depth, spin box. Well, let's move this up so that spin boxes are all next to each other. This though is good. Grab this. Let's put that in our list of things to do today. So button depth. Let's talk about what I mean by that. Let's go to our run. So when our settings are 1024 by 768, the buttons look okay. That is 5 pixels between that edge and the bevel here. This is the depth of the bevel is 5 pixels. Okay? So when I make it big, that is still a 5 pixel bevel. Are we still on screen share? We are on screen share. We should go back to Emacs mode now. But this is 5 pixels, so you can see that the border is really skinny when we go big versus when we go small, it's more normal looking. So that bevel is not consistent with the size of the window. When you go to button, do I define a more depth? Depth is here. Okay, button.cpp, anywhere the depth is used. Oh, okay. This depth is this. Okay. Depth. In SettingsScene, should probably be relative to the frame height version of things. Got this. If things are dirty, so if values have been changed, let's grab the frame width and frame height and some reference values. Now compute a bevel width, scale versus height of that depth. We computed. Here instead of depth, we just use the bevel value instead. And the math is done, and the button should render correctly. Yeah, I didn't really use width. That's fine. We'll remove them if we need to in a second. But now, when we resize our window, let's see, let's go back to screen settings. The button bevel should also scale. So nice and big. And that does look like more than 10. That's scaled nicely. Okay. Yes, much better. Factors in screen or render size. That looks nice. The TextEdit margin and the cursor width. So the cursor, butterfly. So here's the the margin is 5 and 10. Button real quick. We can disable. We're not using width as a reference here and here. Just using the H. Grab this stuff. Constant margin equals scale versus height 5. Margin minus margin times margin. Starting else the number 5 shows up prominently. Colors. And the scale. Okay. So that should fix the margin. So where's the cursor? Cursor. Oh, that's in the IntSpinBox. What am I doing? This is wasted effort. In the text edit, that's where we want to be. Same thing though, basically. Oh. Let's margin. Let's see here. Oh, width. Yeah, here we go. So it's 10. So let's go ahead and leave them say margin. Margin times margin. Margin 2x. X. Okay, on the X, we add margin, subtract -2 margin. Color quad doesn't need the margins, but the cursor two. So that'll constant cursor width equals scale versus height 2. Cursor width. Actually, the width should be relative to width. Scale versus width. And we'll see how that looks. All right, go to settings. And this text edit, no, that's not quite right. If we scale way up, that is still not right. And that's awkward. I can't do anymore. Get diff. We want text edit line that used to be underscore cursor set rectangle. This line right there. This is what we're comparing against. Plus 5, y plus 5. The width of 2. Huh. Okay. 5 in margin minus 10 plus 5 plus 5. Sure, width. Rectangle height minus 2x margin. Oh, not margin times 2.0. All right, easy fix. It's multiply, not squared. There we go. Now in settings, keyboard works. Good. Already running like that, but that's fine. Set margin and the cursor scaled okay. Now that being said, I don't want the changes I made to IntSpinBox. Git store source int spinbox. Journal. Text edit now. Margin and cursor. Now factor in the render area. So that one's done. Git status, git add. Actually, git log dash n1. The last thing I committed was the git dash n button and text edit factor in render area for double margin cursor width. Okay, we're doing pretty good here. That last 15 minutes was reasonably good. Okay, if we set IntSpinBox to use the TextEdit instead of its own custom thing, then this margin thing goes away. That's not a requirement anymore. Then arrow keys to increment decrement is the last piece, which is not actually that hard, I don't think. So I think we'll just drop all three of those in our to-do list. We'll disappear them as needed. We do not need a text or a quad. All we need is a text edit. No. Is that gonna just work for me? This one I don't think any longer needs any mouse handlers, and the only reason to keep a key press handler around is because of up and down keys. Let's just remove them for all of it. Okay. Set text size. I'm not setting text color, or yeah, I'm not allowing a lot of common edit things. It should be very easy. We're looking for underscore text. Edit. And the M underscore color quad. You don't need. Okay, set focus. Oh, okay, the question of focus becomes a different question altogether. Let's remove the concept of focus for now. We may put it back in a minute. We might need that focus stuff. Oh. What's up? Okay, we're gonna temporarily get rid of mouse stuff. We're temporarily going to get rid of keypress stuff. Text edit. Top length. Text edit. Text. Set value, new value. And then set the text. Edit. Okay, so this is not too bad yet. So actually, this doesn't need to be here because set value takes care of it. Oh, that's not true. If you delete the last character and then try to tab out, it will set a value to a to I of the empty string. Oh, otherwise it sets it back to the value it was. So we do need this here. Okay, set value doesn't get called. So actually, I think this saves me a few set text. Okay, and then those all gonna go away temporarily. Temporarily go away. See how things look. Yeah, so right now we're facing technical debt. We went and renamed a bunch of stuff. We changed a few not screen size sensitive things to be screen size sensitive. We are now making the IntSpinBox use our TextEdit instead of its own custom thing. So we get more reuse. And of course, I didn't cut that one out like it should have. Yeah, we got all the settings and window settings and gameplay settings to save out. That's a little bit strange. Matching function for call to text edit. Oh. Okay. Set text. Text that it has text, text size, text color. That's fine. Set color. Oh, set color. Ooh, we're gonna rename that too, weren't we? CPP. Set color. That's gonna break a bunch of stuff. See how that goes. All right. Yes. 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 Which misaligns things. Okay. So in TextEdit, we have set text. We are also going to need same thing that this has. So C standard R. This. So we can pass through a format string. Just this one. Oh no. What am I saying? It's this one. Okay. Assert. This one. Assert format not equal null. Can't feed me null things. Then if we do that, get our list of args after our format string, we set our underscore text dot set text. Then we end. I think that's it. That's not too bad. File. You paste the error log as a comment in your code or to your IDE. Text editor has this feature. Most people wouldn't call it an IDE. I use Emacs. I can do a find in file or a grep. I usually have my log statements include the file name and the function. Oh. Oh, shoot. What does modified text do? Do I remember? Yeah. No. I can't use modified text, can I? Let me think. Refunded, but you make everything look complicated. It's a good thing. Well, it is certainly more complicated than it probably has to be because I'm using like almost no libraries at all. Like there are things in C++ that'll do strings for me. I shouldn't have to, if you're using a modern language, you shouldn't have to count the length of a string, allocate one extra byte, etc., etc. So in that way, I'm probably not being very efficient. the second bit really isn't the exponent bit. Nope, it's just the first bit. First bit's the exponent bit. So I'm using modify text. And modify text is nice because it resets the cursor timer for blinking. And it calls the text changed handler. And it's used this one needs to how do you say old in an offensive version of English? Oh, the exponent. Hold on. Okay. So float. Float is 1 bit, sign bit. And then if you're doing a single precision float, it's 7 bits. So from bits 2 to 7 is the exponent. Bad, ancient, decrepit. Those are reasonable words for old in English. Or senile. Or I assume you're talking about a person, since you're trying to be offensive. Okay. So I have this overlay, which it can't tell the difference with, which makes sense. So this one goes away. But it does important things that the new one should. I'm going to copy those out and think about how they apply in our new format string enabled world. Wait, this is set text, so this is fine. Text value is not really a thing here. To move to SpinBox. Fine. This is all fine, except up here where we set our text. Modify text is called when we press a key press. think just put all this in set text. Like this. Text.text. Where the key problem is that sometimes when we set the text, we want to move the cursor, and sometimes we don't. Or sometimes we want to set the cursor, sometimes we just want it right at the end. So maybe we do need that modify, but we need two versions of modify. Format, and format with bytes. Then we set our cursor index. Okay. Now when we modify text, this is, for example, the case of our key, our character input was not null, not 0. So we insert it after. So here when we modify text, then actually the rest of this is formatted. Okay. So key press handler, insert character, delete backwards a character, that should be fine. Delete forward a character, fine. Let's see how bad that is. Okay. What stupid question alert? Okay, how PC know that those bits are int, unsigned, or char information? Ooh, that is a good question. When you say the PC, what do you mean? Oh. Okay, so the text edit does not need a margin because that's computed by the line edit. So that's good. For example, yes. For 32 bits, makes sense. PC needs to know that's a double. If he decodes it as a character, it will make sense. Correct. In fact, earlier today, before you showed up, voices inside my head. Yes, so earlier today we were abusing the fact that the computer does not know what types things are at all. The compiler tries to keep track of it, but I can easily abuse that. So, third. I'll talk you through it in just a second. I'm trying to finish this refactor here. Oh, I was losing track of which file I was in. Edit, edit, edit. The instructions tell which part of the CPU to manipulate those bits. Yes. And we can abuse the heck out of it. So when I wrote the settings, when I was writing the settings, we were doing a binary format, right? It was all custom. So what I have is an array of bytes, and then I went through and told it how to treat each of those bytes as we went. So let me just make sure this runs at all, and then we'll sidetrack. Oh. Compilation not finishing, not finished. Okay, well, we'll finish that refactor elsewhere. Right, so let's go to our application where we are saving out our file. Actually, where we read the file. So when we start up the program, we have our file here. We say how big is the file. We create a buffer to hold all of that junk. We read it in, make sure that it doesn't lie to us about what size it said the file was and what size we actually read. And then we just close the file because we don't need it anymore. All the data we need is inside this buffer. And the buffer's not long, it's about 50 bytes most of the time. So what happens then is we take the buffer plus an offset, and that's just an address. And we say, treat this as an address of this type instead. So this is saying, take this pointer, and it is now a pointer of this other type. Now we take the contents of that pointer of that type, which is at this address, and we assign it here. So although this buffer is really just a byte array, I told it at this address, treat it like the contents of the pointer of a different type at this address and give me that value. So when I say read value from the buffer, I'm saying get an 8-bit integer, which is like a character, and we'll assign it to this value, right? This is a little bit muddled with the read value macro. So if I were to expand this macro, here's what you would get. Let's go to this one. Okay. So this expands to, by the compiler, the word type is replaced by uint8t. The word major replaces the word value. So this is what that macro does. It takes, so anyways, what we have is a type, and it's a place to put our data. We're assigning it to this mess here. This is called type punning. Yes, oh, exactly, what's up? You know it. In fact, let's get some reading material for those that want to research more later. So there you go. Nice little wiki article on type punning. So yeah, the computer doesn't know anything about what the bytes mean. You tell it what the bytes mean. Now the compiler tries to help you with that, right? So when I say I want an integer that represents a count, what I mean is I want 32 bits of signed integer, and you're going to treat the bits at this memory address always as that. And the compiler says the instructions are, I load these bits into this register, and when you say add, that means that I do an integer add. If you loaded 32 bits of float into that register, then you could, it would do the floating add instruction based on what the compiler figured out about the types. Okay? But I can take an integer value, load it into a register, and then lie to the computer and tell it, hey, do a floating point add on this thing that used to be an integer. And the computer doesn't know, it doesn't care. Does that make sense? The compiler tries to help keep things consistent for you, but in some cases you just have to type pun it yourself. So this is when I'm reading the values out of this buffer. I do similar thing when I'm writing the file. I actually do it as a file write, but it's going to be very similar. That gets into fwrite. That's exactly what fwrite does. So fwrite says, give me an address to something. Tell me how big an entry is. Tell me how many entries you're outputting. And tell me what file you want me to write that to. It does not care at all what is actually in this buffer. This is just an address. You tell it what size and number of things to put out into the file. Oh, yeah, for sure. Like I said, earlier today, type punning and these macros are like template programming before C++ had templates. What I like about this is I can expand those macros and understand them. And when I type pun, I know what I've done it enough that I know what's happening. What happens when C++ starts templating things, that's a little bit fuzzier in my mind. Like, I understand generally what it's doing, but like there are some crazy things when you start using templates that you can do, and it's absurd. So yeah. Hopefully that helps there, Brian. Meanwhile, back at the compilation. Who else? Button. I think we just changed that, right? It's now set text color, I think. Yep, okay. So all we have to do. Oh, we can't do that, no. Well, we kind of can. Only kind of, though. Yeah, this is getting a little crazy. Set color, set text color. This is part of the good old-fashioned refactor we're going through here. Normal sample is a color quad, so those don't count. Sample, 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 label should be updated. Resolution should be updated. Let's see how much better that makes things. The compiler doesn't get an error and compile it wrong. Nothing preventing the CPU to bug. Correct. The compiler does do its best to keep things consistent, but if the feature forecasting is in there, programmers will use it. Normal airplanes. SettingsScene. Oh, it's the has focus nonsense. Okay. We'll have to work out focus here in a minute. That's nice. Well, and you know, it does cause problems. So it's a good thing that the game scene okay. Set text color, the guest text, level label. Not all these things actually are, well, actually, just about all these things are words or text or some version of the text thing. So for now, those are. Banner rectangle is not text color, but the banner text is. Letters text, deduction texts, letters text, deduction space, show texts. Nope. Nope. Yes. Text is a letter. Yep. 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 Okay. Now I see what the compiler says. The more I discover, the more impressed I get. The things work at all. Yeah. 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 The internet was built by half-baked tools, really. Like JavaScript. I mean, the history of JavaScript is hilarious. Basically, somebody was like, hey, we need you to prototype a way to do scripting languages inside of your browser so that we can render a web page from the local, from data sent remotely to the local and have the local do all this stuff. So we hacked something together over the weekend and they're like, perfect, we'll use it. And he's like, wait, this was just a proof of concept. Like, this is not ready for lifetime. But by then it was too late. Everybody was using it. Yeah, the inventor of JavaScript did not think it was ready for prime time when it went live. Of course, back in the day, it was exactly the fact that those things were possible and things were hacked on that they even got like color animation working in the computer at all, right? Or like the gosh, I wish I could remember. There's like a talk about this one computer game, and the games they had to play to load the pixels in fast enough to maintain frame rate were abusing parts of that hardware. Yeah, it's just absurd. Compile. It compiled. Does it run? It runs. This is big. Let's see. Oh, it died. It died. About is fine. Okay, so things generally seem to work, except settings. Settings is crashing. GDB to the rescue. We'll find out where it is crashing. So it's that darn TextEdit we've been trying to update. All right, backtrace. File repository. IntSpinBox render. You know, I don't think that should be a problem. It should be a full clean build, see if that cleans it up. We haven't done a clean in a little while. Unknown states can lead to crashes, corrupt data, or worse. It's not nice if not careful with the behavior the target platform is. Yes. Reading about Maven, try the no IDEs Java. Yep. Default is made to work in Java 9 or older. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've worked in Java. If I remember right. Oh, you're using Maven. See, gosh. People try really hard to hide what's going on. Maven keeps track of your dependencies. So somewhere on your machine is installed Java 9. And if you find the path for that, and you use that as your build, right? Java, whatever, which will create your byte code. It should work, but you have to find the path to that Java 9. Say nice, because for some reason it sounds impressive, funny, interesting. Yeah. Okay, these warnings are known. Window, non-void return type. Interesting. What happened here? So these are as I expect. This one. Why are these in here? I moved that stuff to renderer. Did I save? Yeah, Windows should not keep track of that. It's the renderer. No, is that true? Ugh. I have to remember what renderer does with it. Okay. So Windows does need it. Where did that code go? It's been that long since I've edited this file. So the buffer was out of date with the... Oh, I bet I know what happened. What happened? I'm not sure I know what happened. Okay, we're going to star shell get diff. We're looking for window.cpp. Uh-oh. Strange. Okay. Here's what's gonna happen. I need a restroom break. I'm gonna grab a snack. And then we're gonna wonder why window is in an older state that I haven't been in for a long time. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. No. Just wondering what happened to window. I know what this function does, but where did it go and why is it gone? It's been here for a very long time now. Config file being written out. Because we've been reading it back. For a long time. Let's go back 5. Config file being written out. So this is the commit. Git diff single file head and commit. Unbelievable. Git diff commit. I wish they would give see the git diff command is almost it's one I have not spent my time learning. Most of the time I just want to compare my active current working directory to what's at the head. That is not what we're doing this time. So let's see here. Can I Google something up real quick? Git diff. Just throw the commit diff thing in. Window.cpp is this is above the diff. So when did window.cpp get changed? Where did I lose window? So I actually want to commit before this one. Dash in, let's go at like 10. Find the what? Not like 15? B31 C27C does not exist. And yet this commit oh well, I I did commit amend this one. Hey, there it is. If we get diff that thing with respect to window.cpp, really? Or vsync? Nope. A source. Window is not in this commit. 15 plus years on C++. 15 years across a wide variety of languages and projects. Everything from Python, C++, C, embedded C, Java, JavaScript, etc., etc. Welcome aboard, NS Dev. I can review code. I've never done it on stream before. I also don't know that my programming style is necessarily for everyone. A lot of my C++ is very C-like for my own reasons. But yeah, happy to take a look if you're interested. Yeah, just send me a link or file or something and we can take a look. Right now, though, I am being confused. Somewhere along the way, my window file got clobbered in Git today. Has to have been today, because I know I did several clean and builds yesterday. Today, though, something happened. So I'm going to be fighting Git while you dig up whatever it is you want reviewed. Develop branch, Helena framework. You do not like modern C++? It depends. There are definitely parts of modern C++ that I like functional with std bind and those sorts of things. Those were great. Adding lambdas in was wonderful. The fact that C++ has function and operator overloading are one of the big things that make it better than C. But a lot of things, like some templating is good, but I think other templating is not good. I don't know. Everybody likes different parts of C++, which is kind of the problem, right? It's grown so much, it's so bloated now that everybody has their subset of C++ that they use, and it's not necessarily easy to read someone else's code because they use different C++ features than you. So it's actually making C++ more of a read-only language. Okay, so Helena framework, huh? Universal modern framework, ready to use, still developing. Header-only, high-performance, scalable, flexible, cross-platform, clean and friendly API. Windows, Linux, compilers, code example. Subscribe events. Playing a message notice. Okay. How to build, always good. Okay. You said on the develop branch. Two contributors, mostly C++, a little bit of CMake. Okay. Ooh. So in your introduction, it says it's a universal modern framework. I guess what is it a framework for? Like, what is the framework to do? Like, I hear framework, I start thinking things like there's like web development frameworks, there's like front-end frameworks, there are communications protocols frameworks. It looks like this is a subscribe, publish, event handling kind of system. Backend MMO. Not the style and architecture. Okay. La 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 la. Okay, so let's look at. So you're more interested in like the examples side of thing. You want to know what I think of how it presents. Example 1. If platform Linux, if it's Windows, we do different things. Okay. I'm going to engine initialize. Example 1, application. While Helena heartbeat. Okay. Okay, that makes enough sense. And application.h is the whole thing, yes? You said it's a header only. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, header only. Okay. Lesson 1 init. Main. Initialize heartbeat. Shutdown. You have lots of good explanatory comments for your examples. That's good. Like when people start learning a new framework or set of tools or whatever, the first thing they're not going to do is read a manual. In fact, they're never going to read a manual. What they'll do is they'll go to the examples and then they'll see it and they'll be like, why the heck did you do it that way? So examples that work and compile is key, and comments. They will actually read through examples. People will not read through manuals. So that's already a good approach. Initialize while the heartbeat. Shut down. Shut down. Shut down. Shut down reason. If it's running. Shut down state. Get state. Switch case undefined init. Shut down. Okay. If has context initialize. While heartbeat. 10 iterations. Okay. So let's see here. So is heartbeat on a timer? Let's see. Oh, memory resource, I kind of have that one too. Okay. Is heartbeat on a timer, or is it just every time you hit it with a while loop? So for example, would it be closer to, I guess, it kind of has to be, heartbeat has to, well, let's see. Okay, let's see, that's my context, inherits from engine context, constructor destructor, public, you provide a main. Oh, override, yep. Has there, has a reason, shut down, counter, okay. Engine, initialize my context, get state, shut down, or heartbeat, while heartbeat, get context, context counter is 0, shutdown, counter minus minus, okay. Okay. Not seeing anything too crazy here. Test system A. Subscribe event engine init, config, execute, tick, update, render, finalize, shutdown. Okay. Especially in your examples, the fact that you don't use using, so I can see what all of the nested scopes are, is good. If you'd said like using Helena engine, using Helena events engine, right? I later on when I'm trying to implement my own engine, I might not know where everything is scoped. So I like that everything is explicitly scoped in the examples. Debug. Okay. Sample signals. Scheduler, create. Move ID. Looks like there's a lot of good stuff in here. Animation manager. Subsystems, animations, skeleton. Okay. So yeah, you're a lot deeper into game programming than I am. But I'm familiar with what those things are, so that's good. Tick rate. Okay, so you can set a tick rate. Okay. Okay. Ooh, and plugin support, always fun. Need a plugin manager system. Yep. Okay. So I guess that means I should look at this layout a bit. Util, cast, function, math, process, string. Nothing too surprising there. Types, allocators, logger stuff, benchmark, pressed pair, interesting. Encrypted string, fixed buffer hash, state mutex overloads, reference source location, state chain, task scheduler time span, vector any, vector unique, vector kv, so that's probably key value any. Okay. Okay, types. Probably not the most interesting piece of the system, but informative about where things are headed. Traits. Add any of arguments, cache them. Additional constantness. Constructible. Function identity. Name of power of 2. Okay. 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 Platform, Linux and Windows specializations. Yep. Engine. It's probably the meat and potatoes. Events and engine. Okay. Interesting. Give it a quick glance through. It looks like it's a pretty good state. Assuming it runs and builds, of course. Your names are descriptive and reasonably well scoped, and your examples are pretty clear and easy to understand for getting started. So this is kind of like the application layer framework about which you would wrap your renderer, your and the rest of your game engine. Is that correct? So this is like a bones, a basic framework for. Well, you said it started with MMO type stuff, but you've pretty well separated it from most of that. So how fixed is the pipeline as far as user input, time management, the renderer? Is that pretty well fixed pipeline, or is that something the user builds up more piece by piece as they add things? Check down register system, move system. Yep. Components. Good old std move for initializing context. Fixed stack size, interesting. Oh, thread stack guarantee. That's probably okay. I guess you. It's guaranteed. Most computers are probably going to provide more than the guaranteed amount. I assume this is PC based, not like targeting a console. Oh, I guess, you know what? This whole time I've been showing the Emacs screen. I wonder if I can bring up browser. It's not showing up, of course. OBS, why? All right, we just show the whole screen, I guess. We're looking at this one. So NSDev has this framework for us to look at. I started by going to the examples because that's where every dev is going to look. And his examples start out small. he has lots of documented, a lot of good comments in there. Because nobody's going to read the manual. That's just a fact of life. So yeah, basically you're setting up an event loop, registering resources, and it does event handling and all sorts of things. But it's very generic. Like, you're going to build the rest of your engine on top of this. Like, you did make sure it was pretty well abstracted. So just so that people can see what I was commenting on earlier. Kind of new to streaming, so I don't always think of what screen I'm showing. So yeah, task scheduler. Yep. Anyways, I was just looking into the engine itself. The keys for different types of things, event pool, signals. Delegate class. Event callback. Okay. Thread safety, always good. Atomic states. Decl type. Component system. Subscribe. Publish. Okay. All right. Cursive include, have header with declaration header with definitions for solving this problem. Context is global. Compile time indexing. This context works with boundaries. If you're using plugins, you don't need export symbols. Okay. Okay. Well, it looks like it contains an awful lot of things that you would want in a game engine. As a outer bare bones framework. Trying to think, I guess I'm right now in no game engine mode, no frameworks, like minimal dependencies. Like that's where this project is. Get it to where is it? So like this is my entire list of dependencies and nothing else. And on my next game, I want to get rid of these two. I think frameworks are often helpful, but force people into a fixed way of thinking about the problems. In the future, you'll be able to avoid writing spaghetti code. Okay. What I usually have a problem with when I start using somebody else's framework is it's close to what I want, but there's always slight differences. And I call it abstraction shear, where here are the abstractions I want, here are the abstractions they provided, and they're just not quite lined up. And so there's always some glue code, some transforms that have to happen. There are assumptions made about the framework that are different from the assumptions I would make. So unless that actually came up. Crazy. Where are these colors from? Something I did in TextEdit blew away my color. Color quad, set rectangle, set color, set focus, render, color quad render. Anyway, sorry. It is to make this framework. I wanted to write a server emulator for MMORPG. I was inspired by Noah Game Frame. I didn't like its performance and overhead, so I decided to make my own backend framework. I realized it turned into something else. That's how all the good projects start out. You start building one thing, and before you know it, you've gone down a nice rabbit hole, or it's warm and comfortable, and you're working on interesting problems. It's always about finding like the edges of a problem, finding what finding the shape of a problem. It's an exploration. So color quad should not be black at all. So that raises the question of why. Color quad render. That should just be there. Oh, but window wasn't compiling. So this is outdated. A lot of unit tests to write. Yes, yes. So as long as it's intended for a personal project and not for general usage, that's probably true. But I think if you want someone to pick up your framework and use it, they will want unit tests. And maybe even the beginnings of like integration tests for testing the components that they build for it against. So depending on what widespread you want it to be, will determine how much testing you have to provide. Okay. Sawtoast folder. Did he lure you in with the test folder? Let's see. See, I didn't even look at the test folder. Okay. Yeah. So his IDE generated a test folder. Is that mostly what's going on here? So I want to know when my window file was last touched. Let's see. Another trick, I actually planned to write tests, I realized it was useless. These test cases can be successful, but tests will not replace your production. I mean, yes. But what the tests do is give everyone else a feeling, an assurance that the functionality you've provided has not been broken or changed between runs, between updates, right? So if somebody else is using your engine, they will want to run the tests themselves before they upgrade to the latest release. As long as you don't care about things like backwards compatibility or widespread usage, yeah. Tests are of nominal use. You should write some tests, but you can be more judicious if it's just your own project. Like for this project that I'm working on, I don't think I've written a single test. I want to know when this changed. Who changed it? All right, so I'm going to Google real quick. Get which commit changed. No. I don't want to know which files were in a git commit. File history. It's not a feature I use often, so diff between commits. Okay. Oh, here we go. Git log -p file name. Source window.cpp. Okay. Vsync. I mean, this is the piece I want here. This was added. Oh, a bunch of... That's... I don't remember that being in there. That was back in October. Sheesh. Oh boy. Git div dash. Git log. Git log dash p. So the most recent commit added these in, and that was it. But these were defined before. So how are these being added in? Were they removed? It was removed. I removed it because the event system handles it now. Here. Handle vsync change. So these were added in. Set render size was fine. Okay, for whatever reason, this commit, it decided to add this code back in that had been gone. Okay. So I guess we can just safely remove it and it doesn't matter. That's good to know. Whenever Git does something goofy, it always makes me scared. Like I've borked my whole system or something. Something breaks after the update, I'll be the first to know about it. Yeah, because it's used in launcher, server, game client, DLL hook library for override game loop on this framework loop. Okay, okay. I guess one thing I should have looked at. Let's look at it. This commit was goofy. Git div. So the application got that stuff. That all made sense. Main does not need for audio. For some reason, set text got formatting. Yeah, this all looks like my stuff. Yeah, this doesn't look that suspicious, except that one weird thing in Windows. Key press handler, I can ignore that because we'll put it back in eventually. Anyway, so we should be able to run now. No, not that one. There we go. Settings. Okay, so our text edit is definitely broken, but we can make the screen small again. And things work. Except for the... I don't think there is a text edit quad color being rendered here. The text is a nice dark color, supposed to contrast against a nice light gray. Color quad. try some use it while others avoid them. Like to hear your thoughts. There's my colors. And they're back. And my settings should all be saved the way they used to. Quit. And when you run, they are here. Okay, so timer is not on. Oh, because of focus. Nope, that seems odd. TextEdit. When it gets focus, it starts the timer. When it loses focus, it stops the timer. Okay. So this now needs to call m underscore TextEdit dot. That'll fix that issue. Oh, I don't want to clean build. Sleuth says when it started writing its framework, it seemed to use but in class name, definitely not runtime. If the macro is present in the files, this does not mean it's used somewhere. Okay. So what is your handling strategy outside of exceptions? That one is not. Huh. Let's have her back in. I don't think we need the mouse handler anymore. In the key press handler. We are not doing this. We're not doing backspace. We will accept enter. The other thing we want is if key input key then we increment true down and we decrement.
Bye.
Bye. Boost outcome for now, monad thingy, kind of like Rust. Okay. Took a string, passing them type T to the type macro to return the type name as a string. Now this is hashing T in compile time and generating type indexes. With caching, when accessed, it simply retrieves using T, type T cached index. Only in any implementation, only for backward compatibility with std. Okay. So in theory, Z2. See. Okay, so that one's working fine. This one. Is editing, but the cursor isn't blinking, which makes me sad. So everything else about that is working. Why is that cursor not blinking? Oh, I know why. SettingsScene. We literally aren't updating it. Now spin boxes have to get updated because they're actually doing something. Buttons don't. Oh, I didn't know they're clean. Why do I keep doing that? This is impossible. C++ any container throws an exception, just no one cares about checking the same vector pushback because it also can throw a bad alloc exception. In practice, no one does this. If you're out of memory, then you are unlikely to be able to do anything. That is true. When you've completely exhausted your stack, there's not much you can do about it, usually. Memory management is about never getting to that point. If you can. I tend to agree with regards to not preferring exceptions. it makes it to spaghetti code. Who's handling it? Where does it go? Makes it hard to trace through, I think. Yes, I prefer assertion programming. Certain things I assert. And then if my debug build fails, I know that I'm not ready for release. For things that I can maybe recover from or can handle, I like returning integer codes or, things along those lines. Need focus back. You need the concept of it eventually. In the IntSpinBox. Set focus as focus. I love those answers where it just depends. Gonna run into a problem. Why though? Containers with move constructors or statements don't even have try catch. What happens if the object throws an exception in those places? When you know this because the likelihood of this happening is actually low, and some STL container simply will call your move constructor operator unless you mark it as no accept. Hey, that's looking. It checks inside of each loop. Your function, get an error out of a function with the stripper still throw. Focus markers. Good. So now enter up down should work. In here, delete, enter. Up and down keys are not being bothered. Press hit. Backspace, delete. Have a two digit. SpinBox. 2-digit. We already have this somewhere. We deleted it though. We're very clever that way. I want KP0. This part. These two. these two links. Here. Instead of this one. Oops. So if we have a number between 0 and 9, get our digit, key code, the offset. C is what I'm trying to return. Digit plus 0. There we go. This checking does not need to be done, and neither does this checking. Advanced structures, metaprogramming. We disable exception by matter flag. There is no stack unwinding, right? We just call exit if you throw. You can enable exception. Don't use it, but my goal is to disable exception entirely and save those 1 to 3% overheads. Quite the debate going on in our chat today. Aha, up down keys work now. Perfect. And it does commit on enter. 92. Okay. That's working. So, last thing is SettingsScene, this tab section. Tab focus. For a different approach, do not waste processor cycles on something that should not happen according to the logic of the program. Current program executes a clearly defined sequence. If you receive an exception that indicates there's an error in your logic, how many programs can continue to work correctly after that? How did you get the exception? Better to try write logical code correctly. Do not turn the code into, so later you yourself do not have to figure out what you wrote there. As far as I know, you only get overhead if you throw an exception. I'm trying to think. It's been a long time. Oh, shift tab. Interesting. 48. Woo. That actually works pretty good. Yep, so tab completion works. 48. Okay. So our new spin boxes are working. I want them right aligned though. I should not be able to type in anything that does not belong. Paste. That's all working as planned and expected. Except SettingsScene here. Red has focus. We're gonna take its focus away and give it to someone else, which is the rejects reset. I can't remember what it's called. Text rejects. That's focus. Text rejects. Let's turn it off. Now we go around to normal red. Oh, wait. This is much for the text rejects. Text rejects, rejects 2. SpinBox. Normal blue. Red. Tab. Let's look at our key press event. Shift odd. We could probably make this more generic. How do I feel about making it more generic? Kind of. Do you want to give up third-party libraries and STD? After all, they throw exceptions. What results will you get? You know what? That is... I try not to use very much STD if I can, anyway. I tend towards more C-style return error codes. I've got 4 colors. Each one has 3 settings. It's 12, plus the rejects text. Then if it's a tab, if it's a shift mod, or not shift mod, those are the important questions. All right, SettingsScene. Well, if I go to settings and I hit tab, you want to go to rejects and then over to master music and S. So that would be 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Subscriber has to see why you not use std array with the enum of indexes. Because for the most part in this project, I'm trying not to use any standard library containers. Everything is just arrays. The exception to that is where I wrote my tooling to embed my binary data within my code so that it's embedded in my executable. There I use vector and list a couple of times. I'm trying to think. I might have used a std list at one point. Let's see here. cd source -r std list exclude my dependencies folder. Exclude dir. Do I have a typo? I do. That helps. Am I using a list? Header files, blah 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 blah. My scheduler. My scheduler is the only std container I'm actually using. Yeah, I was trying to think. I saw a video on exceptions and alternatives, but it's been so long ago I can't even remember what kind of search terms I'd use to find it. So it's been long enough. I don't know how helpful I can be in this discussion, except that I tend to dodge using exceptions if I SettingsScene. Oops. I do have function. Okay. Focus set needs to take a boolean. Now we're going to make a focus set func sets focus gets. I said 13, 16, 16. Okay, blah, blah, blah.
You're not streaming?
No. Normal reject except select. IntSpinBox. Set focus. That's the setter, so we still need std placeholders. Currently don't throw away. Except yes, I have to give up on some of them and write my own in a trade-off of wanting to disable exception. Yep. Always. Oh, let's see here. I guess it's been a little while. Got some people in the chat watching, sort of. I have a Discord channel. If you want to know when I'm going to be streaming, get your notifications there. Give me a follow. My videos are also uploaded to YouTube and Rumble, which you can find on my About page if you want to look back further than 2 weeks to see how far things have come. Yeah, just keep forgetting to plug my stuff. Either implementation you pay the same, either inside or outside. I don't know about the same, but yes, there is a cost either way. 50 seconds, right? So errors will be predicted. Green. Blue. Cheat. Normal to what's the next one? Normal, reject, accept. Okay. Normal to reject. 1, 2, 3. Reject to accept. Changing from accept to select. Then we're getting the text rejects. Sends inbox master volume. Children. Setbacks. Okay. STD. There we go. Okay, so we have our focus sets. Let's not do that just yet. F3, search for empty brackets, come back, F3, F4, F4. Perfect. Then sets with gets. Oops. Okay, so that should break nothing. Ooh. STD function can capture a lambda too. That's true. I'm not consistent yet with my use between the two. If I remember right, lambdas are faster than an STD bind, but it's okay. Outcome is branchy. There's another library that implements something similar to exception, but deterministic and use thread local alt leaf. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I think I'm on C++ 17. Using GCC because while it has its problems, it does have a feature that I use for compilers that I can't get anywhere else, and I just haven't bothered switching over to Clang on my other projects. Leaf is the developer's worst dream, is that correct? Oh, not get focus, has focus. Oh, I did it clean. Why did I do it clean? I always forget to remove the clean flag after I do one. Got to get on the C++ 20 boat. The only thing I can see on C++ 20 that would make me want to jump is the new modern format, so I can stop using the old fprintf trick. The format library looks really good. Not sure what else in C++ 20 I want. So give me your top 10. What's your favorite list of features in C++ 20? I guess I could look up a list of C++ 20 new features while I wait for the build. It's gonna give me like a concise list of features. There we go. Geeks for geeks. Concepts, three-way comparisons. Finally, oh my gosh. Map contains range-based for loop. New identifiers, import and module calendar and time zone library. That actually sounds like it might be useful. STD string functions, array, to array, concepts library. I thought format was in 20. Is it not? Am I wrong? Oh, that three-way comparison operator. I see. That's not what a okay, fine. I want a ternary compare operator, but that's fine. Okay. Still, three-way comparison is not bad. Map set contains. Yeah, finally don't have to look if the numerator is equal to the end. That's just silly. Range-based for loop. I don't know how I feel about that. Export module. Import. Interesting. There's no more need for headers and source and implementation files now with modules. Calendar time zone library. Like I said, anything that makes calendars and time keeping. Oh, what a nightmare. Likely and unlikely attributes. So I can provide hints about the branch predictions. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if there's anything I need to skip over to. Oh, it's format is 23. Shoot. You can pass string literals into template parameters. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I guess I should put in features of C++20 that I was looking at. Boom. Where's my build? What am I doing? Okay, I messed something up. TextEdit. I could swear there was a set focus. There is not. There is a set focus. Okay, this is a problem. Because it is not an IntSpinBox. It is a text edit. You do have to be correct about your types. C++ is very picky. I mean, if you're entering a loop of 1,000 elements and you say, hey, I expect to get all the way to the end, that's nice, because that means 999 times in a row it's going to branch predict correctly. Although, my understanding is the most modern CPUs at the hardware level have branch prediction that's pretty good. Like, I forget how it works. It starts off in neutral, and then if it branches, if it fails to branch once, it becomes more likely to start. It's going to more strongly predict. Like, it has like 5 stages that it moves through depending on whether it hit the branch or failed the branch. Things like that. So I don't know how much developer-driven branch prediction is going to accelerate anything. I mean, I guess it gives you more control and you can try it. If you think that your loop should get better treatment one way or the other. I did it again. Each text edit. Coroutine. Oof, yeah, coroutines. Interesting idea. They have their places. But I'm not sure that I have much use for them right now. I don't know. Now with those in place. If m_spinbox, not spinbox, underscore focus gets sub index. So if this item has focus, first rule is found focus. False. If not found focus, and focus sets sub-0 dot call with true. Set you defaults. Say that we handled the result. Actually, what am I saying? If we get a tab, we're just handling it. So, oops, that one. What resulted was true. To say we handled this event. So, we turn off the current one. If we're holding shift, then we want next equal index -1. If next index less than 0. Next index equals that thing. And then focus sets of next index. Call it with true. Similar thing here. Oops. Plus next index is greater than or equal to next index equals 0. This is almost the way I want it, but it's not quite. What happened here? Oh, I see. Yes, core machine is my state machine. Let's see here. I guess I need to rewind more. I haven't used that STD expected much of it. Wow. This is BS. Which part? Extremely cool or don't know the performance cost? Both. C++, Rust have async. We'll wait. Coroutine is a state machine based on switch designs with reallocation, although I haven't checked what kind of output GCC and Clang have. So we have overheard. State machine based on variant plus visit is faster than coroutine. Or even in C, you just probably missed it. Focus set. Settings. Tab. Okay. Well. Tab should not be handled by those text edits. Shift tab. Nope. We have left, right, we have home, we have end, space, delete. If we get a real character, we get a backspace or delete. Right, home, end. None of those should be a problem. Enter, up, down. Nothing there should be. Scene. If it's a tab, we handle it. Did we find focus? Oh, Found focus equals true. Equals true. We just put it there. That should fix it. If we don't keep the flags properly updated, it will not update properly. Yeah, I don't know about the runtime overheads of coroutines as opposed to other strategies. Background. Shift tab. Set for that, which is fine. Oh, I guess that's true. Settings. Tab. Shift tab starts at the end and goes all the way up. And loops. Except for that one. Interesting. So for a shift tab, we're going down. If the next index is less than 0, it goes to that. There we go. That should fix it. It's generally very cheap with the exception of function calls and memory allocation for the coroutine stack. Perhaps if you implement your own allocator, but in fact the costs are not high by the standards of the kind of code programs usually write. Yeah. Bit of widely based shade there, but reasonable. They say heap allocation can be lighted and optimized away, but I haven't seen that, or maybe because I'm using a weird custom allocated compiler code to see through. Yeah. It's gonna be so compiler dependent. There we go. Done. Journal. How far to get? We did do that. We did do that. And this one goes away. Refactored IntSpinBox to use TextEdit. Outdated. Focus. Tabbing in settings. That was a pretty good day's work, actually. A lot of our tech debt gone today. Start. Git status, git add. Oh. Source make .exe stacked up. That was back when we were running bad things. Status. Code, journal. And set color and text, multi-color text to text color for better consistency. Forgot about that. Git add. IntSpinBox now uses TextEdit. Text color. Name. Set color to set text color. Yeah. Color text and text. Settings. Scene. Better tab. Nice. Okay. So go back to the journal. At the end of every week, what we're hoping to do is kind of keep track of where we're at. So get our shell back up. We're going to go into source, word count lines, start.hpp, start.cd. So the total is 300,000 lines of code roughly. The generated data code, though, is a little bit easier. It's most of that value, actually. Our actual code is pretty low. So if we subtract this, we're at just about 15,000 lines of real code. That's not bad. Okay, so we need to build a release build. Which I guess would be something in SettingsScene. Yep, should clean this up. Think. Compile, clean, release. Oh, I know count is not used. Okay, never mind. It's an assertion. Assertions go away when you turn the end debug off. Yes, debuggers and coroutines. Always fun. If I go too long, I'm gonna have to break this video up for Rumble. That's gonna suck. Hey, tomorrow is something. Tomorrow is Variety Day. We're gonna do at least some compiler stuff, and then I don't know, maybe we'll do board game design or tabletop game design. Got some ideas there that I've started working on. You may want to look at some of these warnings later. Okay. But we're going to run our release version. Once we find out the size of our executable. Oh, adding all that audio is no good. think we were like 11 megabytes last time. We added audio. That much though? Sheesh. Oh, that's the debug. Okay. I was getting worried. Yeah, 13 megabytes. Yeah, we probably added about 2 megabytes worth of audio. Boy, it really helps if you look at the right thing. Lastly, we will run our release version. Let's see what our frames per second is once we've turned off the VSync. We'll put all the audios up all the way. Up around 2,000, it looks like. We play a game. We're well above 2,000. That's pretty good. PD, logs, jets, waxed, W or X. Well, it's definitely W and not the X. Archaic spelling of words, but okay. Yeah, we're still seeing over 2,000 frames per second. Actually, it's running faster this week than last week. Yeah, I'd call that more like an average of 22 or 2,300 frames per second. Not bad. 300. I will split the difference. 2250. Code clean out. Remove comments. Edit code. Weekly stats added. There we go. Oh, with that, our TextEdit is looking pretty good. Performance still looks fine. Our application size is looking okay. It'll be better. But yeah, we're actually in pretty good shape. Could look at some of those issues. Not that one. I don't feel like doing that. Animating the scene transition. We definitely need better texture handling. There are things I'm not doing well there. When I first implemented it, could be better. Multi-line text layout is a good thing to work on next. So we can do formatted multi-line text in the about scene. Eventually, let's see here. Do I have high scores in here? Yeah, high scores. Yep, we'll need to add high scores in. That is just about doable. I want to do high scores after I do replay. Where's replay? Oh, high scores after replay. Tooltips. That's not my high priority right now. Texture quads. I'll only address once I've done better texture handling. So there's some good things to work on next week. But yeah, tomorrow's Variety Day. So show up to Variety Day. Everyone have a good day. Thanks for all the discussion. I will have to go look back up all of the thoughts on exceptions that I saw ages and ages ago and see if I can find anything educational, but it's been a while. So Project was started by a friend behind you, and you are continuing his. No, that's my first employee. Judging by the number of tasks, I don't know. We've been doing pretty good. I think my task list is slowly whittling away. I do add a few as we go, but it's all very fluid. It's nice being a one-man development team, which I'm sure you found with your Helena framework. You've got a lot of flexibility to refactor what you want when you want. So thanks for joining in. Feel free to drop in the Discord, which is in the chat somewhere. I can repost it if you want. Yeah, or give me a follow and you'll get notifications when I go live, which is pretty much every day of the week. Thanks, what's up? Appreciate all the conversation going on and all the help. And yeah, I'll talk to you folks later. Bye. Oh, wait, no, I shouldn't stop. There are 2 people in the chat at least. We should raid somebody. I'm new to this streaming thing, so I don't always think of this stuff. So let's see, I go to Travis Vroman. If I know how to do this, /raid. Boom. Raid has been created. 654. Okay. I'm gonna jump out of it.